This videotape is about the families of Roger Jones, Mary Alice Millerton. Roger Jones and Mary Ann Millerton were husband and wife. This tape is being videographed by their son Emmett Jones. During this taping, I will try and trace the family history of both mother and dad. We shall begin with the paternal side of the family, going back as far as possible at this time. There was a slave by the name of Annie Valentine, and I understand she was from Houston County in Georgia, and she was called Myrrh. She was a mixture of black and Irish. She had dark skin, straight hair, and she died at the age of 97 from an infected finger due to a puncture by a piece of wire. During that time, only home remedies were available to her, and as a result of poisoning from that wire puncture, she died. And one would guess it was from tetanus at age of 97. Annie Valentine was a slave in the home of Roger Hart, and also a brother was living there by the name of Toby. Nickname Toby. His real name was Roger. John and Roger commonly referred to as Toby, were the two males of the house. And John, of course, had a wife, and every time there was a baby by his wife, there was another one by this black woman, Myrrh, downstairs. So, between John and Roger, we have listed the offsprings from Myrrh. The oldest was a girl by the name of Georgia Ann. There was a male, Lee Hart. These are the mixtures. These are the black and white children, Lee Hart. And the name was taken from the white father, Hart, H-A-R-T. Following Lee, there was William, Jim, Kip, Assy, Tommy, and Ida. There's a question mark as to the father of Georgia Ann. Lee Hart was sired by John. William's father was John. Jim's father was Roger, Toby. Kip, Toby, Athy, Toby, Tommy, John, Ida, John, Georgia Ann had 8 children. Hattie, Will, Maddie, Roger, and Roger was my father. I am Emmett Jones, the son of Roger. And Roger was born in 1887. And that was Dolly, Robert, Addie, and Ada. Ada, as noted, died in infancy. Lehart, Lehart had 8 children. William, as we call Uncle Bud, Kate, Annie, Johnny, Walter, Smith, Georgia, and Ruby. William, as noted, died in Cincinnati, and to my knowledge, there were no children. Jim had 8 children. Little Jim, Katie Lee, Kip, Athy, Maddie, Leola, and Ellen. Kip had no children. Athy, Tommy had at least 10 children. A son, Love, another one, Gold, another one, Tick, Richard, Norman, Johnny. There were at least 4 girls: Duck, Emma, Mary, Clarabelle, and it is my understanding that the girl, the daughter, nicknamed Duck, is still living, and she is now residing in the old Dempsey Hotel in Macon, Georgia, at the corner of Cherry and 2nd Street in Macon. Used to be the first-class old Grand Hotel of Macon, Georgia. It has been converted into a senior citizen residence now, and I understand that Duck's mind is as clear as a bell. I am doing this filming now in Chicago, but when I go to Macon, Georgia this summer of 1999, I am going to give top priority to go down to converse with Duck and see what other information I could get to add to the history of these 2 families. And the last child by birth was Ida, and Ida had 1 child, Charlie Farris. The information given in this pedigree was told to me by Annie Hart, daughter of Lee Hart. Lee Hart, the second child of Murr from the left, Lee Hart. During this period, the Harts lived in a very large house out along the Thompson Road in Bibb County, Georgia, some 12 miles west of Macon, Georgia. Cousin Annie also related something else. She said it was talked about. She didn't know for sure, but she says that Annie Valentine, the slave woman who came from Houston County, was already impregnated with Georgia Ann, and that Georgia Ann was really not an offspring of the white Hart families. Nothing ever officially has been stated about that. And according to Cousin Annie, this was gossip that was spoken around among the various cousins. So according to some then, Roger Jones, my father, is not a direct descendant of the Harts in Bibb County, Georgia, but rather he is descended from a white man from Houston County. Houston County is south of Macon, Georgia, around the Fort Valley area. So then, according to this gossip of Cousin Annie, that the children side by John and Roger included Lee, William, Jim, Kip, Abby, Tommy, and Ida, and not Georgia Ann. I just discovered that the camcorder was on pause, and I don't know if what I had said a few moments ago was recorded. In case it was not, I am going to repeat it. Kip Hart, which is the fifth from the left, that's Georgia Ann, Lee, William, Jim, and Kip. That Kip became angry with his mother, Annie, or Murr, as she was affectionately called, and went to live with Roger, that's Toby, his white father. And Roger sent Kip to the Lewis High School, which was the old Ballard High School in Macon, Georgia. And when Roger, that is Toby, Kip's father, died, he left everything he had to Kip. Kip, in turn, willed 200 acres to his sister Addie, and left some to his brother Jim, and 100 acres of land to his brother Tommy. Toby, or Roger, the white father of Kip, left an insurance policy in the amount of $1,100 to Murr, the mother of his black children. Later, Murr sent Jim downtown Macon to buy the place they were living on. She wanted to buy the place in her name, 150 acres of land. When Jim got downtown to Macon, Jim claimed the price had been increased to $1,400 instead of the $1,100 Murr had given him. Therefore, he added the $300 and put it in his name. That is, put the house and land in his name, deeded to him. When Murr found out about it, of course, she was very angry with Jim. She had all intentions of leaving the place to Charlie Farish, her grandchild. Charlie Farish was the son of Ida. At a very early age, Murr took Charlie from Ida, and she raised Charlie. So Murr was really the mother to Charlie. And Murr had all intentions of leaving the home house that she was living in at this time to Charlie. And before leaving this pedigree, let's look again at Roger, my father, born in 1887. So we can assume that he was at least 20 years younger than his mother, Georgia Ann. And let's assume that Georgia Ann then was born in 1867, 20 years before Roger. And let's assume that Georgia Ann was 20 years younger than her mother. Roger, 1887, Georgia Ann, 1867, and we will say that Murr, 1847, smack in the middle of slavery. And again, this is Emmett Jones who's filming this. And at this time, February 1999, I am 72 years old. And during my lifetime, I knew Jim, I knew Kip, and as far as I can remember, those would be the only two direct descendants that I came to know. Two direct descendants of Murr. There are not too many photographs around of Roger, because back during his early age, there were not too many pictures taken, nor were there too many cameras available. But here he is there, second from the right. Beginning on the left is his daughter Ruth, his oldest daughter Ada, Roger Jones himself, and the son-in-law Marion Green, the husband of Ruth. And this picture would have been taken late 30s or early 40s. This is another shot of Roger during the 1950s, giving away his youngest daughter, Robbie, to Robert Metz. And to the right of Robbie is Metz's mother. So this is one of the wedding pictures of Robbie. Roger Jones, Robert A. Metz, Robbie, and Metz's mother. We will now leave the paternal side of the family, the Roger Jones side of the family. Offsprings resulting from Murr's relationship with the two white slave masters, resulting into the offspring of Georgia Ann, Lee Hart, William, Jim, Kip, Abby, Tommy, and Ida. And we'll now go and see what we can find regarding Mary Alice Millerton, Roger's wife, or my mother. We are going to examine now the maternal side of my family, my mother's side of the family. And as far as I know, that was a Pap Coma, who was my mother's grandfather. And Pap Coma is supposed to have been an offspring of some white man and a black woman. I know nothing of Pap Coma's wife, but there's one offspring of Pap Coma, a female, and her name was Mary Coma. So Mary Coma. Mary Coma was my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, my grandmother on my mother's side, or another way of saying the same thing. Mary Coma was my mother's mother. As far as present records show, a white male plus some black female gave rise to Albert Millerton. Albert Millerton. I was an offspring of a white and a black. Albert Millerton and Mary Coma married. Mary Coma and Albert Millerton. Albert Millerton was my mother's father, or my maternal grandfather. Mary and Albert had 10 children, 9 boys and 1 girl. And of those 10 children, George was the oldest, Jim, Johnny, Willie, Albert, commonly called Coot, Eddie, and we refer to him as Sonny Boy, Oscar, we call him Uncle Lovett, Jesse, and during my lifetime when I came to know Uncle Jesse, he was in the Army. He retired from the military service. Andrew, we refer to him as Little Uncle. So around the age of 8, 9, 10, something of that sort, Little Uncle, or Andrew, left the Macon, Georgia area and moved to Cleveland, where he lived until he died. So the 9 boys and the 1 girl married my mother. And my mother, Mary, as you can see, was born in 1889, and therefore she was only 1 generation removed from slavery. So to summarize again, my mother, Mary, had 9 brothers. Andrew, we commonly called Little Uncle, left Macon and moved to Cleveland and lived until he died. Uncle Jesse spent most of his adult life as a career soldier. Uncle Lovett lived in Bibb County, Georgia until he died. Mostly farming until his 60s and 70s. Eddie, Sonny Boy, we call him, lived to an old ripe age and up in the upper 90s, and could still read the newspaper every day without glasses, and had a solid memory right up until he died. Never suffered one iota of senility. His mind was very, very sharp. Albert, we referred to him as Uncle Coot. Uncle Willie left the Macon area at an early age and moved to Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and lived there until he died. And before I was interrupted by the telephone, I believe I was at Uncle Willie, who left the Macon, Georgia area and moved to Pine Bluff, Arkansas, and remained there until he died. And I believe Uncle Willie had about 6, 7, 8 girls and 1 boy. And I believe most of them received degrees from Arkansas State College. Her brother Johnny, Jim, and George. And during my lifetime, I never knew Jim nor Johnny. Uncle George died at a reputed age of 113. I knew him well. And Uncle George had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 girls and a couple of sons, I believe. So there's a lot of longevity on my mother's side. All of her brothers lived to ripe old age, 80s and 90s and hundreds before they died. And my mother died at age 63 as a result of a blood clot that formed after removing a fibroid tumor. And during those days when she died in 1952, they did not know too much about heparin before surgery to prevent blood from clotting. So a blood clot formed and moved to her lungs. And again, when I get to Macon, Georgia this summer, summer 1999, I'm going to scout around and see how many snapshots or photographs or pictures can I find of those 8 brothers. And I don't have a single one in my possession. And that is another snapshot of my mother. And that snapshot is sitting on the stoop of the house in which I was born, on Dempsey Avenue in Macon, Georgia. And she's shown there with Bobby, her granddaughter, the only daughter of my mother's oldest daughter, Ada. Before leaving this generation on my mother's side, this generation, which is 2 generations removed from slavery, and this whole generation here was born in the 19th century. My mother was born in 1889, so I'm sure that all of her brothers were born some 10, 12, 15 years plus or minus her age or her birth date. 1889, some probably early 80s, early 90s, or up onto the upper 90s. And as you can see, this is 2 generations removed from slavery. Mary Comer and Albert Milton, from which they came, were children of slaves. So let's take a look at pictures of some of the children that I do have in my possession. George, who is the oldest of my mother's brothers, died at about 112, 13, 14, 15, something around that age. That is a snapshot of George Ellis, Uncle George's son. He died in 1997 at the age of 89 years old. He was survived by 2 daughters, 1 stepdaughter, 12 grandchildren, and 15 great-grandchildren. George Ellis. He moved at an early age from the Macon, Georgia area to Chicago. And he left Chicago and moved to Cleveland, where he spent most of his life. But we'll go back annually to Macon, and he was a member of the same Unionville Primitive Baptist Church to which his father, my mother and father belonged. Another son of George, and this is John, commonly referred to as Bubba. And this is his sister, Kate. Kate left the Macon area rather early in life. I mean real early, in her 20s, and moved to California. Another snapshot of Kate. Other sisters include Ruby and Mary. Mary is now deceased. Uncle Eddie, and we fondly refer to him as Uncle Sonny Boy. And for those of you around the Macon area, you would know him as Freeman's father, Freeman Milton, who lives on Lilly Street in Unionville. And I don't have any pictures of Freeman, but I hope to get some when I get to Macon this summer. I have nothing for Uncle Lovett. He and Aunt Florence did not have any children. Those of you in Macon would know Uncle Chick as Huey and Alvin's father. Little Uncle, who moved from Macon to Cleveland, had 2 daughters, and this is one of them. Alma Ruth. As you can see, all the Miltons look as if they came from the same blood. And of course, I will have much more to say about the offspring of Mary, my mother. I have quite a few snapshots of her offspring. We are back at the paternal side of the family, my father's side of the family, for one moment. As you may recall, my father's mother was Georgia Ann. Georgia Ann's children included Hattie, Will, and Maddie. Maddie, of course, my father's sister, and and Maddie had two children, one son and one daughter. And I have some old snapshots to show you of Mary and Frank. Mary and Frank were the children of my father's sister, Maddie. And that is a snapshot of Mary, taken in Unionville, somewhere during 1930 something, early 40s. And she is there with my sister Lillian's son, Emmett. Emmett Ricks is the lad with Mary in that snapshot. Reading from left to right. Mary, yours truly, Emmett, sister Lillian, Mary's brother Frank, my oldest sister, Ada May. Next to her, my twin brother, Emery. And that is Annie Sams on the right. And she has been a family friend through the years. Annie. Whenever you saw Mary, you saw Annie. Whenever you saw Annie, you saw Mary. And for many years, Annie lived just across the street on Cedar Avenue in front of Mary's house. Mary on one side of the street, Annie on the other, in the same block, on Cedar Street in Macon, Georgia. And I spent hours out of each day at Annie's house. Hours after hours after hours. Very good family friend. As a matter of fact, her brother Lewis in Detroit was my brother Oscar in Detroit. They were best friends. So reading again from right to left, that's Annie Sims, Emery, Ada, Frank, and we commonly refer to Frank as son. Lillian, Emmett, commonly referred to as little baby, and Mary. Emery was big baby, and his twin brother Emmett was little baby. It's Mary on the right, and my sister Lillian on the left. Lillian and Mary's brother Frank. And these snapshots are so old, and I hope I'm getting a good focus. Let's look at Mary and Lillian again. The whole group again. Mary, Emmett, Lillian, Frank, Ada, Emery, and Annie. I suspect there's quite a bit of glare. And note the background. This is the bridge on Dempsey Avenue, right at what was at one time First Avenue, Pansy, between Blossom and Pansy. The old Unionville section before urban renewal came along. My father owned a number of houses in Unionville, and that was one of his, right over Annie's head. Lillian and Mary are in the yard of Lillian's home at that time, and my father owned that house. Eventually he sold it to Lillian's husband, Emmett Ricks. Another view of Lillian's home at that time, back in the late 30s, early 40s. And we will see it later after my father sold it to her husband and they remodeled it. During that time my father had 13 children, and he had 13 homes scattered about Unionville to make sure that each of his children had a home to stay, if it came to that he provided a house for each of his 13 children, and that one was Lillian's. Mary was born in 1911 and died in 1989 at the age of 78. Mary, my father's niece, the daughter of his sister Mattie. And if, after reaching Macon, Georgia, if I can find snapshots of any of the other first cousins still living in Macon, I will share them with you at a later time on this film. So at this time, I have no other photographs of any of the persons listed on this chart. So, my mother, Mary Alice Middleton, was married to Roger Jones. And out of that union were 13 offspring. Beginning with the oldest, Milton, and he had one son, Milton Jr., a daughter, Ada Mae. Ada had one daughter, Bobby Mae, who now resides in Detroit, Michigan. Charlie had one daughter, Johnny Mae, who lives in Atlanta. And by the way, all three I have just mentioned are deceased. We'll talk about those later. Lillian had one son, Emmett Ricks. Upon her husband Emmett's death, Lillian later married Dr. Calhoun, a dentist in Macon, Georgia. He is now deceased. There was Aaron, and Aaron had two children, Aaron Jr. and a daughter, Savannah. They both reside in Macon, Georgia. Annie Ruth, who left Macon shortly after graduation from Hudson High School, she moved to Cleveland, married, and retired to Macon. She is now in Macon, and she had no children. And her husband, Marion Green, passed about a year and a half ago now. William, when he left Macon, he migrated to Detroit, married Gertrude, and remained in Detroit until his death. Oscar spent a number of years in the Navy, some 14, 15 as I recall, and then he moved to Detroit and remained there until his death. My mother had two sets of twins, Emmett and Embry. Embry had no children. Embry is now deceased. Emmett, of course, is your videographer. And Emmett has two children, Beverly Ann, who lives in Macon, Georgia, and Emmett Jr., who lives in Chicago and is a teacher in the public school system of Chicago. The second set of twins, 2 years younger than Emmett and Embry, would be Robert and Robbie. Robbie is married to Robert Metz, and they have one son, Gregory, who is a teacher in the public school system of Macon, Georgia. Robert, who spent some time in the Army, moved to Detroit and is married to Edna. And they have a number of children, Diane, Robert Jr., Robbie, Francine, and Embry. We'll talk about all of these later with snapshots. And the youngest child of Mary and Roger is Roger Jr. He's a graduate of Ballard High School, and shortly thereafter he moved to Detroit, where he still resides. Roger has 3 children. Roger the second, Greta, and Keith. So, Roger and Mary Jones had 9 boys and 4 girls. And out of the 9 boys and 4 girls, there were 2 sets of twins, Emmett and Emery, and Robert and Robbie. And at this taping, Emmett is 72 years old, Emery is deceased, Robert and Robbie would be 2 years younger than I, which would make them 70, and Roger is 5 years younger than I, so he should be about 67, the youngest in the family. So we'll leave the offspring for a moment, and we'll get back to them later. One other thing we can say before leaving this, all of the offsprings, Milton, Ada Mae, Charlie, Lillian, Aaron, Annie Ruth, William, and Oscar were all born on my father's farm in the so-called country, some 12 miles from Macon, Georgia. Leaving Macon by way of Columbus Road at the 5 Mile Fork, turn onto Thompson Road, and continue past 10 Mile Fork, out to Holly Grove Church and ST Road right in front of Holly Grove Church, and you go some 3-4 miles up to his place. So Emmett, Emery, Robert, Robbie, and Roger were born in the city of Macon. And the rest were born in the country, as we call it, on my father's farm. My father, Roger Jones, died in February 1964 at the age of 77. And some years before he died, he sold a property out in the country. And some few years back, I went out there filming. No sound of the old home house, just a wooded area. And he sold all that property to the Macon Pulpwood Company to cut down the pine trees to make pulpwood out of paper. So this is part of that original property. Nothing but a wooded area. The road is now paved, and this is just outside of the home house there. The old home house would be on the right, back 100 or 200 feet from the road. As indicated earlier, there's no sign of the old home house. It has all disappeared. But I drove throughout the area, out Columbus Road, west of the so-called 5 Mile Fork on Columbus Road, looking for a similar house. And this is as close as I could find. Our home house had a wraparound porch similar to this, and the only big difference, we didn't have the little windows coming from the roof. But the other part of the house looked very similar to this. The home in which all the other children grew up and were born. Another view of that same house. Well, the house had a wraparound porch similar to this, and about that same size, located on some 500 acres of farmland. This is a snapshot of my mother and father's church, Union Bibb Primitive Baptist Church, located on Zebner Road in Bibb County. One leaves Macon, Georgia, going out the Vinesville Highway north towards Atlanta. After passing Westland College, one turns left onto Zebner Road and continues until one reaches this church. Uncle George Milton, my mother's brother, lived about 3/4 of a mile further on this road, on the left side of the road. He did at the time I was growing up. And this church, when I was a youngster, of course, was a wooden frame structure. And as people became more affluent, then the church became more modern. Another view of the entire church with the attached kitchen area, a dining area. And this was taken summer of 1993. And that's the car drive, 1974 Volkswagen. I've had it all these low years. And there has not been many years that I have not returned to Macon, Georgia every year since I've been in Chicago. I've been here now some 35 years. Union Bibb Primitive Baptist Church. And just behind the church is the cemetery for members of the church. And we are now focused on the Jones family plot. All those gravestones you see there belong to my mother, father, brothers, and sisters. My sister Robbie in the background. My twin brother Emery is there. Oscar. Milton. Ada. Roger. Mary. So it's a convention at that church that all the offspring of members have a right to be buried there. And that's how we qualify. We're the offspring of two previous members of the church, my mother and father. And this snapshot was taken just across the road from the church. All that land out there now is being bought by wealthy business people. I imagine those lots are selling $20,000, $30,000 each. And one would not have to go too far before reaching the 500 acres that my father once owned. And just think, 500 acres, how many lots would that be? $20,000 per lot. And for these snapshots, I am not removing them from the plastic sleeve of the album, so there may be quite a bit of glare. But these are the types of homes that are going up around the area that we just spoke about. These are the new homes. And in a few years, the 500 acres that my father at one time owned will be populated with houses of this sort. It is just a mile or so away from that area now. A typical house in the area, another one. And those of you who live in Macon You very well know this area. And the houses go on and on and on, just miles and miles of them. And I would predict in less than 10 years, houses like this will be found between Zevina and Thompson Road. Thompson Road. Which will go right through my father's ex-property. As stated earlier, my father moved sometime prior to 1926 to Macon, Georgia. And this is the family home he built on Dempsey Avenue in Unionville in Macon. Right at the corner of Blossom Avenue and Dempsey. Blossom at the time I was born was known as 3rd Avenue. Directly in front of the Unionville School. This is the home house, the house in which I was born. And this house was taken down by urban renewal some 10, 12 years ago when they widened Dempsey Avenue and turned it into Mercer Boulevard. At one time they thought they would roll the house back in order to accommodate widening of the street. So this is a rear view of the house. Had a very high back porch. It's walled in the back, but when I was a youngster we could walk right under the kitchen, which is the room on the rear right. The boys' bedroom was on the left over there. And the porch is the center door flanked by 2 windows. And the window to the far left was the boys' room. The kitchen would be that corner room on the right. My mother's and father's room would be just in front of that. And in front of that was the guest bedroom. The girls' room was across the hall, just in front of our room, the boys' room. And in front of that was the living room. And there was a hall that separated the children's living quarters from my parents. That door in the center was lead down to the back steps, and there was a hall that ended at the front porch. So going through that front door there, one could go down the long hall. That bedroom on the left was the so-called guest bedroom. And after Ada married, her husband passed, she came back and she occupied that front bedroom. To the right of that post, that tree is in the way, that would be the living room. Behind the living room was the girls' room, and behind the girls' room was the boys' room, on the right side of the house. On the left side of the house was the guest bedroom, mother's and father's bedroom, and behind that, the kitchen. So that's the house in which Emmett, Emery, Robert, Robbie, and Roger Jr. were born on Dempsey Avenue in Unionville. Another shot of my mother sitting on the front porch. We have seen this earlier, and that's Bobby May, Ada's only child. I should have had a well worked out plan for making this video, but in as much as I don't, I think it would be appropriate now for me to go to each of the offspring of Roger and Mary and show you what I do have. Very little on most of these. So we'll start with the oldest child, Milton, and do what we can with him and move on to Ada and on down the line until we get to Roger Jr., the 13th child. So let's start with Milton. Milton is seen there on the right, and he was born in 1908, and he died in November 1970 at the age of 62. My mother had 13 children, as we have said, and Milton was the oldest, and by the time I was born, many of the older siblings had already left the nest. Milton had already moved to Atlanta when I was born, and I saw him only 3-4 times a year. And at an early age for me, 6, 7, 8, 9, somewhere around that age, he left Atlanta and moved to Detroit. And of course I saw less of him then, about once a year. So I really never got to know Milton. If I had met him walking down the street, I would have not known him. And when my mother died in 1952, that was the first time that all of her 13 children were under the same roof. They all came back to Dempsey Avenue for her funeral. First time we had all ever been together, and the only time. And in this snapshot next to Milton is Oscar. And next to Oscar, on the extreme left, is William. So there are 3 brothers. All 3 there are deceased. Milton stayed in Detroit for years, and came back to Macon and stayed briefly, and then left Macon and went back to Atlanta. And that's where he died, in Atlanta, in 1970. Milton's son was born in Atlanta, and he attended Fort Valley State College, and he resides in Auburn, Alabama. This is Milton Jones Jr.'s home in Auburn, Alabama. That is Milton Jr., the second from the right, the shorter of those 4. And those are his 3 sons. Auburn, Alabama is where they live. His wife, 2 daughters, and sons. A daughter and only grandson. His wife, Janetta. Milton Jr. Christmas time at Milton's house. And I believe Beverly and Ruth drove over there. Or at least they were supposed to have gone. And something might have happened where they didn't make it. And that's about all I have to say about Milton. While in Detroit, he worked with my father's first cousin, Bud Hart, in the trucking, excavating, hauling business. That is, you walk down the street and see a service station on the corner, you come back from work, that day is gone. That's the type of things they did. Wrecked houses and demolished buildings and hauled away the junk. Milton. Died at age 62. And before leaving Milton, or Bear as we call him, Bear was the nickname. Bear is shown in the center of that photograph. Robert's twin, my brother Robert, is on the left, and Roger, the baby boy, is shown on the right. They seem to be at a table playing cards. Milton, a bear, in the center, Robert, a boy, on the left, and Roger, Honey, as we call him, on the right, in that photograph. And here, Milton is shown with Robert's oldest daughter, Diane. Now, this Diane, she seemed to be 4 or 5 years old at this stage. Diane, my brother Robert's oldest daughter, is shown here with Milton, my oldest brother Milton. And at this time, those are the only photographs that I have of my oldest brother Milton. Leaving Milton now, we moved to Ada Mae. Ada Mae was the oldest daughter and the second child of my parents. Ada had one daughter, Bobby Mae, who now resides in Detroit, Michigan. And this is the earliest snapshot I have of Ada. And this was taken in about 1940. And in that, Ada was born in 1910. She would have been some 30 years old there. That's Ada. Shown with my first cousin, Frank, on her left, and my twin brother, Emery, on her right. Annie Sims again there. Frank, Lillian, Emmett, and Mary. Another snapshot of Ada, shown standing to the left of our father, Roger, and to Ada's, to the left of Ada is Ruth. And to the right of our father, Roger, is Marion, Ruth's husband, who is now deceased. That's Ada with Marion to her right. And the fellow on her left I cannot recognize, but it looks a bit like one of the Parker boys and his brother, but I'm not sure. Ada shown to the right of Bubba, our first cousin, the son of my mother's oldest brother, Bubba, John Milton, Ada, Ruth, and her good friend Irene. Irene born and grew up in Lizella, Georgia, but she moved to Cleveland. And she and Ruth remained best friends until Irene's death. This was taken during the Christmas season of 1956. 1956, in the kitchen of the house in which I was born on Dempsey Avenue. There's my wife Rosebud in the front there, Lillian looking in this direction, and Ruth reaching over into the sink. And I was in Macon, Georgia on the Christmas holidays from Miles College, where I was working at that time. So from left to right, Lillian, Rosebud, Ruth, and Ada. Ada would have been about 41 years old at this time. This one, the snapshot of Ada, was taken June 5th, 1986. Ada had already contracted Alzheimer's disease at that age, at that time. She was 76, as shown there. That is in her home on Ninerdale Drive. Ada stayed in my parents' home, the home house I called it on Dempsey Avenue. It was the home house to me, the one in which I was born. Ada's husband died early in their marriage, and she moved back to Dempsey Avenue with Bobby, her daughter Bobby May. And she remained there until both my mother and father passed. And when Urban Renewal took the home house, they gave Ada May her own home on Ninerdale Drive. And that is where she remained until she was taken into a nursing home some 6 months before her death, after having contracted Alzheimer's disease. My grandson, shown there in front of Ada, gave me a surprise birthday party. I was 60 years old on that date. And this is my twin brother, Emery. And that's Emmett. Little birthday cake. This is the same year and same date, June 5th, 1986. And Ada is shown there holding Savannah. That is my brother Aaron. Aaron's daughter Savannah had two girl twins. Ada's seen holding those twins, Tara and Tara. And that's Ada's daughter next to her, Bobby. And that is the last picture I have of Ada. This is 1986, June 5th, and Ada died in June 1989 at the age of 78 of Alzheimer's disease. And after mother and father died, she assumed the role of motherhood for the whole brood. And then Robbie took over. And Robbie is shown there to the right. Ada, the twins, and Bobby May. This is Lillian on that same day, June 5th, 1986. Same day, Robbie, Emmett, Roger facing us, Buddy or Aaron to the left, and Robbie's husband met with his back to us. And I misspoke. Starting again at the table, Emmett is looking towards the camera. Met with his back to us, and across the table from Metz, that is my twin brother Embry, rather than my baby brother Roger. And to the left is Aaron, or Buddy, as we call it. Another view of Ada's home on Ninerdale. And note the chair that Lillian is seated in. That was a three-piece set. A rocker and a love seat. Ada, of course, inherited that from our parents when she died, inasmuch as she remained in the home until they both passed. And in her will, Ada left that furniture to me. And that same furniture is now in the home of my daughter, Beverly, who lives in Macon, Georgia. Just over Buddy's head may be seen the china cabinet that my parents had in their home from ever since I was born. China cabinet. That is also in my daughter's home. I almost forgot a page that I had in my album book. This is taken at the time of Oscar's funeral in February 1975. Three years before Ada's death. That's Ada on the right, Ruth, Robbie behind Ruth, and Ada's daughter, Bobby, on the left. From left to right, Ada, Robbie, her twin brother, Robert, in the background, and Aaron, her buddy, in the front with the white shirt. Robert and Robbie on that same date. February 1975. The oldest set of twins, Emmett and Embry. This is still at Oscar's funeral. Both sets of twins in this photograph, Emmett and Emery, Robbie and Robert. February 1975. Robbie and Charlie, the brother who lived in Atlanta for so many years. Charlie. Bape, as we call him. Robbie and Aaron. And all these photographs taken at the time of Oscar's funeral were taken in Ada's home on Minerdale, the home given to her by Urban Renewal. This photograph is out of sequence, and I'm not absolutely 100% sure that this is at the gathering on my mother's funeral in May of 1952. Let's start from the left back row. It's William, Milton's son. Milton, that's my guess, that's third from the left is Bear, Milton. Robert, Emery, and Emmett. And again, back row going from right to left this time. Emmett, Emery, Robert, Milton, Milton Jr., and William. Kneeling is on the right, Charlie from Atlanta, and Aaron's son, Man, Aaron Jr. As I indicated earlier, at the funeral of my mother, it was the first time that all brothers and sisters had gathered together in one place. And I believe this is it. But missing from that photograph, of course, would be Oscar and Roger for the boys. A quick count: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 brothers are there. Roger would make 7. Aaron would make 8. And who's the 9th? In any case, that would be my bet. 1952 at the funeral of my mother for that group there. Two nephews and all brothers. We're trying to get a closer look at third from left. Second from left definitely is Milton Jr., and I believe that's his father to the right of him. Up on further reflection, I am absolutely sure now there are 6 boys in that group, 6 sons of my mother, and 2 of the missing 3 may be seen in this photograph. Beginning to the left is Emmett, the son of Lillian. Next to him is Oscar, who was missing in the previous photograph. Extreme right, leaning against the column, is Roger. So Roger and Oscar are missing from this photograph. And when I find Aaron at this same time of my mother's death, that will complete the 9 boys. 7 shown here. I misspoke. 6 are shown here. And 2 that were missing in the group I just left will be seen there. Roger to the far right, leaning against the column, and Oscar, the second from left, between Emmett and Robert, just behind Lillian. Aaron's wife is in the foreground in front of Lillian. So Aaron has got to be somewhere around the house, and this is taken on the front porch of the house on Dempsey Avenue. 2465 Dempsey Avenue, at that time was the number. And I found Aaron in another photograph. Front row, from the left, is Roger, the youngest son. Next to him is Aaron. Next to Aaron to the right is Robbie. There's Emmett leaning against the column this time. Going to the left is Oscar. To the left of Oscar is Emery. Robert to the extreme left in the back, Robert. In front of Robbie is Ada. Front row again, Roger and Aaron. And behind Roger and Aaron would be Ruth. Ada to the left of Roger, Ruth to the right of Roger, and Robbie to the right of Aaron, and in front Emmett, in front of me. I'm the one leaning against the column with my hand on Robbie's shoulder. So this is at the gathering for my mother's funeral. So in that snapshot again, you see 3 of the 4 daughters of my parents. Again, Ada to the extreme left can barely be seen, Ruth and Robbie. Now there is Lillian. In front of Lillian is Landris, Buddy's wife. Behind Lillian is Oscar. To the left of Oscar is Lillian's son, Emmett. We've gone through this group before. So in this photograph, beginning on the right, Ruth, just behind Ruth would be Ada. Behind Ada would be Bobby, Ada's daughter. Ruth, Ada, and Bobby May. The second row, next to Ruth, would be Landers. And I am not able to identify the person just behind Landers. But behind that person would be Robbie, and to Robbie's left would be her twin brother, Robert. Coming again from the front row, I am seen with the white shirt on. Behind me would be Metz. And behind Metz would be William. To the left of William would be Oscar. To the left of Oscar, against the column, would be my twin brother, Embry. After taking a closer look, beginning on the left side there, leaning against the column, is my twin brother Embry. In front of Embry would be Buddy, or Aaron. And in front of Aaron would be Lillian. And to the left of Lillian, which would be the extreme left, would be Lillian's daughter-in-law, Emmett's wife, her son Emmett's wife. And those two kids would be Lillian's grandchildren. And the young fella in front, next to the youngster, will be Bobby May's son, Leon. And you're now back to the one with the white shirt on, and that would be Emmett. And coming back again, starting with Ruth on the extreme right, moving to the left of Ruth is Landers, and behind Landers now, that is Mary. That's the daughter of my father's sister, Maddie. Maddie had two sons, two children, Mary and Frank, and that is Mary, at the time of my mother's death. One last time now, before we leave this, let's get the 9 boys now, since they all gathered at this gathering. Beginning on the left, back row, would be William. Next to William would be Milton Jr., Milton himself, Robert, Emery, Emmett, extreme right. So let's go from right to left now. Standing in the rear, Emmett. Next to him, twin brother Embry. Next to Embry is Robert. Next to Robert is Milton Sr., Milton Jr., and William. Kneeling on the right would be Charlie. Beginning from the left is Roger. Next to him is Aaron. And behind Aaron is Oscar. So those are the 3 brothers that are missing from this photograph. Now let's find the 4 sisters. There's one, the youngest, Robbie. Between Aaron and Roger is Ruth, and to the extreme left, in front of Robert, is Ada. Ada, the oldest daughter, is Ruth, which would be the third daughter, and Robbie, the fourth daughter. Now we need Lillian to complete the picture. And there is Lillian. From the left is her son, Emmett. Next to Emmett is the brother, Oscar, and in front of Oscar is the sister, Lillian. So in case anyone has forgotten, we're talking about the offspring of Roger and Mary. Milton, Ada Mae, Charlie, Lillian, Aaron, Annie Ruth, William, Oscar, Emery, Emmett, Robbie, Robert, and Roger Jr. And we have just seen them all. And I found another one, a snapshot taken at the time of my mother's funeral, and this one includes all 4 girls together. Beginning from the left, Ada. Behind Ada is Robbie. To the right of Ada in front is Ruth, Annie Ruth, and to the right of Annie Ruth is Lillian. Those are the 4 girls of my parents. On the left in the back, the tall fellow, balding, is Robert's twin brother, Robert. Moving over to the rear, to the right, is Lillian's husband, the Dr. Calhoun, the dentist. And at the moment, I can't recall his first name. We all call him Doc. That's all I knew. E.H. Calhoun, I believe, was the initials. And in front of Doc is the brother William. And to the right of William, against the tree, is Robbie's husband, Robert Metz. This is how the group looked in May 1952. And Ada's daughter, Bobby, graduated from Fort Valley State College and shortly thereafter moved to Detroit, Michigan. She married and had 2 children. Leon, who is seated on the right, Leon, and on the sofa to the left is Phyllis, the daughter Phyllis. So Ada's 2 grandchildren, Leon on the right and Phyllis. And in case we don't get back to it while we own this photograph, the fellow seated on the left is my brother Aaron's oldest son. Man, we call him, Aaron Jr. Next to Phyllis is my daughter Beverly, and next to Beverly on the right is Aaron's daughter Savannah. My brother Aaron had 2 children, Aaron Jr. and Savannah. My daughter's in the center on the sofa. Bobby Mays, Ada's grandson, is on the right on the floor, and Ada's granddaughter, Bobby's daughter, is on the left on the sofa. Phyllis. Beverly, Savannah, Leon, Aaron Jr., Leon, at the time of my mother's funeral, May of 52. Leon again on the front row with his eyes covered with his hand, shielding his eyes from the sun. Leon. And that's his mother, Bobby, in the rear on the right. The tallest person on the right on the rear, that is Ada's daughter, Bobby May, and her son kneeling on the front row, second from right. And this would be Phyllis on the front row, the left, on the left, front row left. Next to her, Savannah. Back row, Lillian, my sister Lillian's son, Emmett Ricks, his daughter, and next to him, his wife. And one of Emmett's son in front of Bobby May. Eric or Emery, I don't know which. This is Phyllis seated in front of Ada's home on Minerdale. Phyllis. Leon climbing the tree. Phyllis seated on the porch of her grandmother's home in Macon, Georgia. Phyllis, Leon, and Bobby live in Detroit. Phyllis. And kids do grow up. They graduate from high school and college. Phyllis graduated from Cass Tech, the most demanding academic school in the city of Detroit. Cass Tech has an excellent reputation for scholarship. Very few students are admitted. She left Cass Tech and went on to Michigan State, where she received both bachelor's and master's degrees from Michigan State University in Lansing, Michigan. And that is where she resides. She never left Lansing after receiving her degrees there. And Phyllis met her husband there. And as you can see, they got married. Phyllis being flanked by her father and mother, Bobby. So we're still talking about Ada, and that is Ada's daughter on the right, Ada's granddaughter in the center, and Ada's son-in-law on the left. Eddie Murph, M-U-R-P-H, Murph. And a look at Phyllis' wedding gown before we leave the church. And that is about all the information I have on my oldest sister, Ada Mae. She was funeralized June 23rd, 1989, from Unionville Primitive Baptist Church, of which she was a member. So we have covered two of the siblings, Milton, the oldest, Ada, the oldest daughter, and we will now examine Charlie. Charlie was born July 24th, 1912, and he died December 3rd, 1993, at the age of 81. He is shown here with his sister, Robbie. He always referred to Robbie as Gal. That's what he called her. What are you doing, Gal? Where are you going, Gal? Get on the telephone from Atlanta to Macon. Gal, come up here. But Ada Mae was his heart. He always made sure that Ada Mae had everything she needed or wanted. And whenever he came to Macon to visit, he always stayed with Ada. Let's take a look at the obituary page of his funeral services. And let's read together. Charlie Jones, the third of 14 children of the late Roger and Mary Millerton Jones, was born July 24th, 1912 in Bibb County. His formal education was received from Holly Grove Elementary and Hudson High schools, Hudson High Industrial Schools. He studied brick masonry under the tutelage of Professor Wiley Glover, from which he formed the basis for perfecting the art of rock and stone masonry, a trade that he practiced in Atlanta and surrounding suburbs until his illness, which occurred approximately 3 years ago. And 3 years ago, this was written in 1993, so he became ill about 1990. The results of his work can be seen in the many rock buildings and walls in the Atlanta area. After he became ill somewhere around 1990, he left Atlanta and moved to Macon. And he was confined at the nursing home on Anthony Road in Macon, Georgia. And that is where he died. And this is the picture taken shortly before his death. And again, he died December 3rd, 1993, and was funeralized on December the 7th, 1993, at the Unionville Primitive Baptist Church that we have seen earlier. And he leaves to mourn his death one daughter, Johnny Mae, who resides in Atlanta, Georgia. And I believe Johnny Mae has twin sons. And that is about all I have on Charlie Jones. And we will move on now to Sister Lillian. My sister Lillian was the fourth born of the offspring. She was born in the month of March 1913. Here she is shown in about 1940 in her front yard. She was married at that time to Emmett Ricks, living on Blossom Avenue. She is shown with her first cousin, Mary, on the right. Mary, as you recall, is the only daughter of my father's sister, Mattie. Aunt Mattie had one daughter, Mary, and one son, Frank. And that is the earliest snapshot I have of Lillian, taken about 1940. And we have seen these earlier. Lillian is shown third from the left. Here she is shown with her second husband, Dr. Calhoun. Lillian's first husband was Emmett Ricks, and he was a barber on Broadway, right at Broadway and Popular Street, the Braswell Barber Shop. And after Emmett's death, some years later, she married Doc. And this is a shot from the side of Lillian's house before it was remodeled. This is what the house looked like after my father sold it to her husband, Emmett Ricks, shortly after their marriage. This series of snapshots was taken during the summer of 1993 on one of my visits to Macon, Georgia. And this is Lillian's home after it had been remodeled. And Lillian's favorite pastime, especially after she retired from the public school system of Macon, was her flower garden. Lillian, as she looked in 1993. And that's Emmett, her brother Emmett, yours truly. And this is her son, Emmett. Lillian married and Emmett Ricks, and this is Emmett Ricks Jr. Emmett was in meteorology in Miami. That's where he spent his working years as a meteorologist, weatherman down in Miami, predicting hurricanes and storms, and that is one of his daughters. '93, it could be a granddaughter, I'm not sure. Upon closer look, I'm almost sure that's granddaughter. 1993, that was only 6 years ago. Granddaughter, that is. I am shown in Lillian's flower garden again, and just one block south. The tape, as I was about to say, that I am standing in the yard of Lillian's flower garden, and exactly one block south of where I am standing now, but on the other side of the street is this vacant lot, and this is where the home house stood. The house in which I was born was right on that vacant lot there at the corner of Blossom Avenue and Dempsey, one block south of Lillian's house. That church, of course, was not there when the house was there. Leaving that lot, walk across the street and go right through where that church is now, another few paces right into the front door of the Unionville Grammar Public School. And again, that's the 1974 Volkswagen that I still drive. That is Lillian's son, Emmett, leaning against that column. And I believe in an earlier report, I referred to that fella as myself. But that's Emmett Ricks, Lillian's son. In front of Emmett is his wife, Rachel. Rachel is now deceased. And in Rachel's arm will be one of their 3 children, and in front of Rachel is their daughter, and I believe the one in her arm is the son, Eric, and they have another son now, Emery. So Lillian had 3 grandchildren. Her daughter-in-law is now deceased, was living in Miami, Florida at the time of her death. On the left, Emmett's wife Rachel. In her arm would be her son Eric. It's Lillian to the right of Rachel. And Lillian, or is that Leon, who's holding Lillian's granddaughter. And I believe I misspoke. Emmett's wife is named Cecilia. Emmett's wife is named Cecilia, and the daughter is named Rachel. As Rachel, little kid standing, Cecilia, and Emmett must be holding his son Eric. Inasmuch as this snapshot was taken in May of 1952, their son Emery was not yet born. To the extreme right is Aaron Jr. To his left is Lillian, and Lillian's son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandchildren. And at this filming, again, February 1999, Lillian has suffered some circulatory problems in her brain. Some of the blood vessels in the brain are constricted, so that she suffers from a memory lapse at times. And at this filming, she is residing in a retirement home. But I understand Emmett is trying to find someone to move in with her so that she could move back to her residence on Blossom Avenue in Macon, Georgia. But as of this filming, she's at the retirement home at the corner of Cottage Street and Forsyth in Macon, Georgia. And that's about all we can say about Lillian and her family at this time, except to say that Emmett retired, moved from Miami, and he is now residing in Macon, Georgia. And I believe I indicated that Lillian had retired from the public school system of Macon, Georgia. And she taught all of her career at the Unionville School that was located just across the street from their home house. So Lillian was born in March 1913, and therefore she is some 86 years old at this time. So we will now leave Lillian and her only son, Emmett. And go down to Aaron. Aaron had 2 children, Aaron Jr. and a daughter, Savannah. This is the earliest photograph that I have of Aaron, Buddy, as we fondly call him. Buddy was born December the 11th, 1914. He enlisted in the Navy at age 17. I believe he put up his age 1 year in order to make it claim he was 18, but was in actuality only 17. And he remained in the Navy for some 22 years. So when he enlisted in the Navy, I was only 6 years old. So I really did not grow up with him, remember very little about him before he left for the Navy, and saw him infrequently until he retired some 22 years later. And it is then that we formed a very strong bond. After retiring from the Navy, after 22 years, Aaron became employed at the Warner Robins Air Force Base in Warner Robins, Georgia. So he completed a second career, retiring from the Army Air Force Base at Warner Robins. And then he became ill. This is 1985. I am showing the Brooks Army Medical Center in San Antonio, Texas. San Antonio, Texas, where he was taken for treatment. In 1985, June of 1985. I drove that same little yellow Volkswagen from Chicago out to San Antonio, Texas, and stayed with him for about a week there. Also accompanying me on the trip to San Antonio, Texas, was my youngest brother, Roger Jones, Jr. He is shown on the base in San Antonio, Texas there. June 1985. Roger and I resided in the guest house on the base, Fort Sam Houston Army Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. And the medical facility on that base was the Brooks Medical Center at Fort Sam Houston, Texas, and San Antonio, Texas. So Aaron was treated there, I think, for about 10 days, 2 weeks. No, it might have been, I think, maybe 6 weeks. And then he returned to his home, Macon, Georgia. And this is Aaron's residence on Barnes Street in Bearview, the Bearview section of Macon, Georgia. B-A-R-N-E-S, Barnes. And next to Barnes is a B-O-N-D, Barnes. But he was on B-A-R-N-E-S, Barnes. Aaron's residence. Here he is shown with his favorite sister, Robbie, on the right. He could not move without notifying Robbie where he was going, where he's been, or where he was. Robbie, Robbie, Robbie. And Robbie assisted in taking good care of him until he passed. So he was never really well once he left San Antonio, Texas. But he kept going. Aaron, Robbie, and Emmett. This was taken on my trip to Macon in 1993. And you recall, he went to Fort Sam Houston, Texas in 1985. And this is some 8 years later. He's still ticking. Suffering with a lung problem. Here he is shown earlier in 1975. With his two of his sisters, Ada and Robbie, and his brother Robert. And Aaron loved himself some primitive Baptist church. I believe every time the church door opened in one of the churches in Macon, Georgia, he was there, and traveled throughout the state, even to Michigan, Illinois, following the primitive Baptists. He volunteered fish fries at the church in Macon, Georgia, that I know about. But he never joined the church because he said that he could not be a hypocrite. Primitive Baptists didn't believe in drinking alcohol, and Aaron believed in taking a drink every now and then. And he believed that would have been contrary to God's law, that he could not stand up and make a promise in the church and not keep it. But he was very Christian-like in his heart, very warm, caring, giving person. And Aaron was survived by two children, Aaron Jr. and Savannah. And I spent more time with that brother than I did any of the others. From the time he returned from the Navy, every summer, 2 or 3 months I would remain in Macon, 1 month, 2 months, or whatever, each year. Aaron and I would drive all over Macon together. We did things together, played cards and drove around the city and stayed at Robbie's house, gossiping all day. He would take me down to Dublin to the meat market and send me back to Chicago with all kinds of cured hams and sausages. Take me out to the peach place on the highway to Warner Robin, send me back with baskets of peaches every year. And he was an avid hunter, kept his freezer locker filled with rabbits. At some time in that backyard behind this house you see there, he kept hunting dogs. Sometimes as many as 10 at one time back then. Oh, he enjoyed hunting rabbits. And whatever county in Georgia he heard that there was good rabbit hunting, he certainly would be there. Put those dogs in his truck and off he would go. And that's Buddy on the right, his wife Landra. And I don't recognize that kitchen at all. None of the kitchens I know of in Macon, Georgia. So it must have been an apartment they lived in while he was in the military, somewhere in Virginia or wherever. His wife was from Memphis, Tennessee area, and it could be at her family's home in Tennessee. I don't know. Another photograph of him in his military dress uniform. This is his daughter, Savannah. Savannah's oldest daughter, Quam. So that's Buddy's granddaughter there, Buddy's daughter there. These are a little out of order age-wise. That is Savannah in the center there, Aaron's son, Aaron Jr. Daughter, Savannah, son, Aaron Jr. That is Savannah way back when. Daughter, Savannah. Daughter, Savannah, being held by my sister, Lillian. Trying to bring it forward to see if we can get a clear vision. Another view of brother and sister, Aaron Jr. seated, and Savannah in the arms of my sister, Ruth. So Aaron is survived by those two. But those was taken somewhere back in 1954. And I checked the back of one of them. It was during the Christmas holidays of 1956. Savannah's daughter, Quam, that was taken in 1982. She was 8 years old at that time, Quam. Mother and son, Buddy's wife, Landry, and Aaron Jr. 1993, when I went down to Macon, Georgia, I took Savannah's twin daughters fishing, Tara and Teal. This is a small lake right behind the Macon Junior College on I-75. Macon Junior College, and I believe the college has changed its name now to Macon University. And this one we bought at the fish market to food the folks back home. That's my grandson with black shirt on, Shamara, Beverly's youngest son. And one of the twin daughters is in the back. So this is the fish they took home to show Mama what they caught. And there's that fish that came out the market as it was being brought out of the lake. Proof positive that they caught it. My grandson on the left there and the twin girls. The grand conspiracy. Such a fish in the lake behind the Macon Junior College. Who would believe it? And before we leave Savannah and talk about her brother Aaron Jr., I have another couple of items. That is a Christmas tree that's in my apartment in Chicago. And the point of this at this stage is that with her own little hand, Savannah made every one of those white bows and mailed them to me here in Chicago. So each Christmas, when I want a white tree, I use those bows. And shown in this picture is my wife Rose and son Emmett. But we'll have more to say about these when I get to my place on the ladder. And recall we're still talking about Aaron, and we have quite a bit to go before we get to Emmett. And I took that statue from his normal resting place in my apartment to show that Savannah made a pair of them for me. This is one of a pair. At one time she was greatly interested in ceramics in Macon, along with my sister Lillian. And in the ceramic shop she made a pair of these for me. Savannah. Aaron's daughter. Shown in this photograph is Aaron's son, Aaron Jr., being surrounded by his uncle and one first cousin that we spoke about earlier. This was taken in 1952. And there he is, all grown up now, in my apartment in Chicago in June 1994. He is surrounded by his wife, Catherine, on the left, his daughter, Brittany, on his right, and his youngest son, Charlie, on the right. Charlie is currently a student at Emory University in Atlanta, and Brittany is a student at Oberlin College in Ohio. Brittany spent some time in Germany to perfect the German language, which she speaks fluently. Catherine, Brittany, and Charlie now live in Decatur, Georgia. Man, Aaron Jr., we always call him Man. Man is my brother's son, seated in the center there, Man. Aaron Jr. and his family are in Chicago at this time to visit this son, Aaron the Second. This is the oldest son of Man. And this son at that time was a student at a college in Indiana. The college is DePaul University. DePaul University. The same university that Vice President Dan Quayle graduated from. So Aaron the Second is commonly referred to as AA. That is Buddy's oldest grandson, AA. So the family journeyed up to visit him on the campus at DePaul University. That was the purpose of this trip. And at the time this snapshot was taken, AA was a student at Tarver High School around Decatur, Georgia. He was a member of the marching concert and jazz band. And from Tarver High School, he won a scholarship to DePaul University in Lafayette, Indiana. After completing his work at DePaul, he completed further studies at the University of Georgia. Or was it Georgia Tech? I believe Georgia Tech instead of University of Georgia. Georgia Tech is where he received his degree from. And back to the family. They are all deeply engrossed in my photo albums. and that's Aaron Jr., wife Catherine. After finishing high school in Macon, Georgia, Catherine went to Macon Junior College and graduated with a degree in nursing. She then left Macon and took employment at Emory University, where she is still working in the field of medicine. And while we have these snapshots here before us, Charlie, the fellow on the right, is Aaron Jr.'s youngest son. He has since graduated from high school, attended Emory University, went to Egypt for a year of study there, and he's back at Emory University preparing to graduate. So again, Catherine, Aaron Jr., Brittany, and Charlie. Aaron's my brother Aaron, daughter-in-law on the left we're looking at, his son Aaron Jr., his granddaughter Brittany, and his grandson Charlie. You got it? Gets kind of complicated with all those Aarons. My brother Aaron, we're looking at Aaron Jr. there, and we're looking at Aaron the second there. And before we leave my brother Aaron, I have some baby pictures to share with you. This was his grandson Charlie. And let's read what the announcement says. Charlie Tara Jones, born 8:49 a.m. on November 25th, 1997, at 6 pounds 8 ounces. That's Charlie. That is the one now who is about to graduate from Emory University, the one who spent a year in Egypt studying. It is my guess that this is AA. And so is this one. I would say that AA is on the left and Charlie is on the right. And again, that would be my brother Aaron's two grandsons. And there's Aaron Jr.'s wife, Catherine, surrounded by a brood. And I guess only she can tell really who's who in that group. And I'm going to guess. There's AA standing in the rear. It's Charlie in front on the left. Catherine in the back on the right. And Brittany in her lap. And that's about all I have at this time for Aaron. Except to say that he died November the 30th, 1993, at age 79. And he was buried Saturday, December the 4th, 1993. His funeral was held at the Union Bill Primitive Baptist Church, which he loved very much, and was buried in the family plot just behind the church. We are moving right along. We have now reached Annie Ruth. The sixth born child of Roger and Mary. A few years after Ruth graduated from Hudson High School in Macon, Georgia, she moved to Cleveland, Ohio. She would return every year to visit in Macon, but she remained there until she retired. And Ruth was a beautician, primarily with hair, in Cleveland. She worked in a beauty shop for a while, and then she started business in her own home, in the basement of her home, so many days per week. So while in Cleveland, she met Marion Green. And upon Marion's retirement, they both moved back to Macon. And Ruth still resides in Macon. And Marion was an avid jazz fan. He and Ruth loved beautiful homes and gardens. This is the home from which they left Cleveland to return to Macon. A view of the backyard, beautiful flowers. Three things Ruth was crazy about: working in her flower garden, duplicate bridge, and traveling. I imagine this snapshot was taken shortly after she arrived in Cleveland. The date on the back of this one is 1956. $1960 for this one. $1956, when I paid Ruth a visit in Cleveland, and I am holding our daughter Beverly. Ruth and Marion visiting us in Chicago. Ruth in Chicago, stopping by on her way to somewhere, some island. So she's shown with Rosebud, my wife, Emmett, and Beverly. And that was in 1974. That is on one of her trips back to Macon, Georgia, shown with her sister Ada, her father Roger, and her husband Marion. She is shown here with her husband Marion, my twin brother Embry, and his wife Bernice. After returning to Macon, Georgia, Ruth worked as a teacher's aide for a number of years at a school in Fairview. And she is shown here in one of her classrooms. And with her nosy self, she is shown on the streets of some city in California on one of her trips. That is Ruth in front, looking backward. Another snapshot of her visit to Macon before she moved from Cleveland. She is in the yard of the home house on Dempsey Avenue. So this would have been in the 40s or early 50s. The date on the film says September 1969. Date right there. After retiring to Macon, Georgia, Ruth and Marion stayed with Ada on Ninerdale for a few months until they purchased the home on which she is shown here. She is shown on the front porch of her home with my grandson, Beverly's oldest son, Pharaoh. This is Ruth's home on Green Street. She and I are in her backyard. Marion's health began to fail, and Ruth no longer could keep up a beautiful backyard. So at this time, she has only the bare minimum, in that she could not push lawn mowers and cut grass and haul leaves and that sort of thing. Her husband, Marion, died February 21st, 1997. And was buried on the 25th, 1997. Ruth and Marion had no children. And at this time, February 1999, Annie Ruth is failing in health, having memory problems. Two years ago, she moved into a retirement home, the same facility where Lillian now resides, but she decided she would return to her home on Green Street, and that's where she is at the moment. But we believe it will not be too long before she will be taken to another facility, in that she's getting to the stage now where it is difficult for her to take care of herself alone. So that's about all we have to say about Ruth at this time. And Ruth was born September the 9th, 1915, and she is some 84 years old. And have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. William was the 7th child. He was born August the 28th, 1919, and he died May 2nd, 1984, at age 65. William was the quiet one. Never had too much to say. He was drafted in the Army. As you see, that picture was taken when he was in the Army. And by the way, my mother had 5 sons in the Army at the same time during World War II. All 5 sons overseas at one time. Aaron, William, Oscar, Emmett, and Embry all served in World War II. William remained in Macon for a number of years after completing his education, spent some time in the Army, and then moved to Detroit. Where he met Gertrude. Gertrude is shown on the right. Gertrude is a native of Macon, Georgia, having graduated from Ibidata College in Pleasant Hill. Gertrude. And she is shown here, Gertrude is shown here, with Robert's wife, Edna. And she is holding Edna's oldest daughter, Diane. So William and Gertrude remained married until his death. One spring morning, during the month of May, he went around the backyard to bring the lawnmower around to the front to cut grass. And as soon as he reached the front, he just dropped dead. All of a sudden. He was a heavy smoker, so he died of complications of lung, pulmonary, and circulatory problems. So the autopsy showed. William and Oscar grew up together. Always, if you heard the word William, you heard Oscar. Oscar and William. And after I moved to Chicago, I've been here some 35 years now, I would go to Detroit every year and spend a week or two in William's and Gert's home. William and I, on some occasion, would drive to Cleveland to visit Ruth and Marion. And here he is shown on the left with Oscar in the center and Milton Sr. on the right. So William and Gert never had any children. And as stated earlier, William died in 1984 at the age of 65 of a very sudden heart attack. 2-3 years ago, and I forget just when, his wife Gertrude died. Gertrude died May 10th, January 18th, 1994, some 10 years following William's death. Gertrude's maiden name was Adams, Gertrude Adams, from Macon, Georgia, and she worked as a nurse aide for most of her career in Detroit. And William was in construction, heavy construction work, hauling, excavating, wrecking. And at this time, that is about all we have to say about William. Oscar, the 8th child of Mary and Roger Jones, was born in 1921 and died February 1975 at age 54, resulting from an accident on a job wrecking a home in Detroit, Michigan. Oscar was by far the most gregarious in the family. He was fun-loving, the life of the party, and never met a stranger. Rarely did you see him lose his temper. Everything he took in stride and would just laugh any adversity away. Laughter was his weapon. Everyone loved him. Out of all the members of the family, as far as I'm concerned, Ada was the most giving, the most loving, the most kind-hearted. I have never heard Ada say no, or I don't have it. A second run-up would be Oscar. He would literally give you the shirt off his back and laugh about it. And there was not a single member of the family who had any falling out ever with Oscar. He was just not the type of person you could ever get angry with. He could be devilish at times, but you could never get mad with him. He joined the Navy shortly after completing high school from Hudson House High School in Macon, Georgia. And he remained in the Navy for some 6, 7, 8 years. I don't remember exactly. I don't have an obituary in the house for him, so I don't know the years, but it was 5, 6, 7, 8, or something of that sort. And after retiring from the Navy, he spent some time in Macon, Georgia, then he went to Detroit for a number of years, then he came back to Macon and stayed a while, and then moved back to Detroit, and was there until he died. Every pretty girl he met, he dated for a while. Here he's shown with Irene, our sister's Ruth's best friend, from Lillian, Georgia. And Irene later moved to Cleveland and was there until she died. Oscar and Irene. Oscar and Liz. Oscar and Liz shared an apartment for a number of years in Detroit. I attended the University of Detroit from 1949 to 51, and for about a year of that time I lived in the same apartment with Oscar and Liz. And Liz accompanied him to Macon, Georgia upon the death of our mother in 1952. And Liz worked as a nurse in the city of Detroit. He is shown here with two of his brothers, William to the left and Milton to the right. A snapshot taken on a visit to Chicago to visit me in 1967. At that same time, Robbie and her husband Metz came from Macon, Georgia, Ruth and Marion from Cleveland. We had a house full that Christmas of 1967. Ruth and Robbie are shown. Oscar again in 67, and to his left is Robbie's husband, Robert Metz. Christmas of 67 in Chicago. In 1969, Oscar was back again in Chicago. Shown with Roger on his left and Emmett on his right. Shown here with Robbie and Roger. Oscar, Robbie, Rosebud, Roger, Emmett, Gregory, Emmett, and Beverly on the front row. Front row, left to right, Beverly, Emmett, Gregory. Gregory is the son of Robbie and Robert Metz. Back row from left to right, Oscar, Robbie, Rose, Roger, and Emmett. Oscar always enjoyed a good meal. His favorite food was a steak. And invariably, following a meal, 2-3 minutes later, you would always find Oscar on the floor, no matter where he was. Beef contains a lot of serotonin, that enzyme that puts one to sleep. Typical Oscar. Oscar never had any children, at least legally, that we know anything about. And we're going to leave him now. And that completes number 8. And we have 5 more to go. 8 down and 5 to go. And again, Oscar died in February 1975. A snapshot of 3 of his sisters and a niece. 3 of his brothers and a sister, all gathered to mourn his passing. We are now down to the first set of twins. That's Emery on the left and Emmett on the right. Born June 5th, 1926. We are pictured there in front of a Buick automobile that our father owned at that time. As a matter of fact, my father kept automobiles throughout my life. He never knew Emmett from Emery, but he knew Little Baby from Big Baby. Emery on the left was Big Baby, Emmett on the right was Little Baby. And that's all my father knew. I remember around ages 7, 8, 9, 10. Which one are you, Emmett or Emery? And he was always amazed that I never knew how to fix automobiles, knew nothing about the motor. I've had cars ever since you was born. I remember the day you was born, June 5th, 1926. I bought a brand new T-Model Ford. And you don't know that blame thing about him. He used to send the two of us off on errands because he taught us to drive from the time we were 6 years old. Sent the two of us out on our own at ages 10, 11, 12, doing work, hauling various kinds of tasks that needed trucks. And bruh, I called my twin brother Emery bruh, and he called me bruh. We were the only ones in the family that used those names for each other. I was bruh to him and he was bruh to me. So I would let bruh do all the driving. I'd sit up on the front seat next to him. Gas line got stopped up, I'd get out and uncap the gas tank, blow in it until the debris was removed. Flat tire, Emery get out and fix it. I'd stand around and watch him. I was just never interested in the type of work that my father and older brothers were involved in. Emmett and Emery. Emery is shown there on the right. Roger is shown on the left. That's the youngest brother with his hands on his knees. That's Roger. And I am shown in the back. That's Emmett. We are some 5 years older than Roger. And that photo is in the front yard of the house I was born in on Dempsey Avenue. Emmett and Emery. Emmett on the left, Emery on the right. And I may be mistaken about this, but I believe that Emery and I were in Atlanta visiting Charlie at the time this was taken. This snapshot has been seen earlier with reference to others lists shown there. That is Emmett, second from left. And Emery, second from right. Emmett. And Emery. From left to right, first cousin Mary, Emmett, Lillian, first cousin Frank, sister Ada, twin brother Emery, and longtime family friend Annie. Annie Parker, maiden name. Now Annie Sims. Emery really never cared anything for school. He didn't like elementary school nor high school. When we were in 9th grade, he would leave home every morning with me on our way to Hudson High School. Emery never got there. He would always meet me a block or so before I returned home, and we entered the house together. This went on for about a year, and I finally told him that you must tell Mama you're not going to school, or else I'm going to tell her. And he finally did, and she accepted the fact that he didn't want to go to high school, so he dropped out 9th, 10th grade, somewhere thereabout. And he volunteered for the Army. Put up his age. I think he was 17, claimed he was 18. He might have been 16, claiming 18, and stayed in for a month or two and found that that discipline was not to his liking. And he wrote letters back home asking Mama to notify the Army office that he was under age and should be returned home. And that was done. And this is a picture of him at that early age in the Army uniform. Emery at about 17 there. In 1944, at age 18, we were both drafted in World War II. I had begun my second year at Fort Valley State College at that time. We were drafted, inducted into the Army at Fort Benning, Georgia, had our basic training at Fort McClellan, Alabama, came home on a 13-week furlough, and we celebrated our 19th birthday in the middle of the Pacific Ocean en route to the Philippines. We remained on the replacement depot in the Philippines for a few weeks, and then was taken by an airplane down to New Guinea. And that's where we were when the atomic bombs dropped in Japan, at Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And we were among some of the first troops to enter Japan. I spent 22 months in the Army because the war was soon over thereafter, and Emery volunteered to remain. I returned to the United States to resume my work at the Fort Valley State College, and Emery remained in Japan. And I believe after 3 or 4 years, he decided to return to civilian life rather than make the Army a career. And Emery was always getting into something. I was the nice guy. The captain used to always get on. Why aren't you like your brother? He was always put up with disciplinary reasons. Going off, not returning on time, not doing things the way they should have been done. So he was always subjected to disciplinary action while I was with him in the Army, at the time we were together. And during that time, the Army had a policy that twins did not have to be separated. They could remain together if they wished. And I spoke earlier that during World War II, my mother had 5 sons overseas at the same time. Ariel, William, Oscar, Emmett, and Ember. A snapshot taken in Japan. That's Emmett kneeling on the right, and Ember is in the center, kneeling. We also spent some months in Korea, Seoul, Korea. That was the capital of Korea at that time. The United States was occupying Japan, so we would take electric cars from the southern part of Honshu Island in Kobe, ride all the way up to Tokyo, buy roller tickets to go into dance hall and dance with the dancing girls all evening, and return by train back down to Kobe. We also spent some months in Kure, Japan. Korea. We were at Guam for some months. So the entire time I spent in the Army, some 22 months, Ember and I were together. After returning from the Army in the late 40s or early 50s, Ember soon left Macon, Georgia, and moved to Detroit. And let me pause for a moment for an explanation. Let's recall that my father's grandmother had a number of mixed children. Georgia Ann, my father's mother, Georgia Ann's brother, Lee Hart. Lee Hart had a son by the name of William, and he was nicknamed Bud. Uncle Bud we call him. And Uncle Bud lived in Detroit on Scotton Avenue at a very large house and a very large construction company, hauling, excavating. At one time he had 15, 20 very large dump trucks. So all relatives from Georgia who migrated to Detroit, Uncle Bud could offer them work. Driving trucks, hauling, excavating, wrecking buildings, anything. And when I was a student at the University of Detroit, I remained there for 2 years, and I acted as a bookkeeper for Bud Hart during that time. He paid me a fee, and that's how I was able to have spending change while a graduate student at the University of Detroit. So all of my older brothers, when they left Georgia, that's where they went, to Detroit, and got started under Uncle Bud. And then they all branched out and started their own construction business, bought their own individual trucks and high loaders and that sort of thing. So when Emory moved to Detroit, there was Milton already there, William, Oscar. Can't recall right now, but I'm sure there were at least 5, 6 brothers at one time, all living in Detroit, all engaged in that type work. Now we'll get back to Emory. So shortly after moving to Detroit, he met Bernice, the lady shown standing there. Bernice and Emmett were married and remained so for a number of years, and eventually they divorced. And the lady on the right is Etna, Robert's wife. Robert is a brother 2 years younger than I. And this photograph might have been taken in the home of Robert and Etna, or it might have been in Bernice's home in Emory. I really don't know. Snapshot of Emory. This was taken in Cleveland, Ohio, and he's standing there with one of Lillian's daughters. We may recall that my mother had 9 brothers. One brother we call Lillian, and he lived in Cleveland. His name was Andrew. And that lady that Emory was posed with a moment ago was one of his 2 daughters, Alma Ruth or Mary. They look so much alike I can't tell one from the other. I was never around them that much to come to know them or to be able to determine Mary from Alma Ruth. So that would be one of them. And on that same occasion, he is with his wife to his left. Emory on the right, and Bernice to the left of him. Beginning from right to left, Emory, Bernice, Ruth, and Marion. As you recall, Ruth and Marion lived in Cleveland. So Emory and Bernice over in Cleveland visiting Ruth and Marion. And this was taken during the Christmas of 1956 in the home house on Dempsey Avenue in Macon, Georgia. Emory is holding my daughter, Beverly, and the lad standing is Aaron's son, Aaron Jr. And that snapshot was taken in June of 1989. That is at the time that Ada was being funeralized. So that photograph is about 10 years old. And Emory has been dead now some 8 years. We are now down to Emery's twin, Emmett, the videographer himself, yours truly. And this is going to be the greatest task of all, to summarize my life in a nutshell. That bookcase shown there contains about half of the photo albums I have collected through the years. So it's a big job to select one or two things out of there to share with you at this time. But in case I forget it later on, let me mention now that I have already prepared a 4-hour tape on my life since I had left Macon, Georgia in the early 40s. And there are various copies around in Macon, Georgia, so if anyone be interested in all the details of my profession and social life, just please ask. My daughter Beverly in Macon, Georgia has one. Annie Sims in Macon, Georgia has a copy. Bobby Murph in Detroit has a copy. More detail about Emmett Jones, a 4-hour tape. So at this time, just a few minutes. That photograph was taken during our army service in Japan. So after the war was over, I returned to Fort Valley State College. Fort Valley State College, I returned in 1946. This is a snapshot shown on campus with the other members of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity to which I belong. And I am shown on the first row, standing to the far right. And I graduated from Fort Valley State College in 1948 with a degree in biology. Upon graduation, I applied for medical schools, but all the returning veterans from World War II filled up Meharry Medical College and Howard University, about the only two schools where any blacks could be admitted if you were not residents of the states in which the schools were located. So I spent 1 year at Monitor High School in Fitzgerald, Georgia, science teacher. And in September 1949, I entered the University of Detroit, received a master's degree there, and took employment at Miles College in Birmingham, Alabama, September 1951. And before leaving for Birmingham, I married my college sweetheart, Rosebud Lewis, from Millen, Georgia. We married in her parents' home in Millen, Georgia, September 1951. Rosebud had already signed a contract for the public school system in Millen, so she remained there, and I went to Miles College for the 1951-52 school year. And she joined me in Birmingham the following year. Miles College days, and Beverly was born in Birmingham in 1954, April 1954. A snapshot or two of those early Birmingham days. While at Miles College, I served as chairman and head of the biology department, and I attended several summer institutes sponsored by the National Science Foundation, summer institutes for college teachers of biology. One summer at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, another summer at Oregon State College in Corvallis, Oregon. And this is a snapshot of that group. 1958, Summer Institute for College Teachers of Biological Science. And yours truly will be seen there. They accepted only 50, and out of the 50 there were 3 blacks. I remained at Miles College for 8 years. I left and came to Chicago as a student at the Illinois Institute of Technology, working for a doctorate, a PhD degree in microbiology or bacteriology. Those 2 words mean the same, microbiology or bacteriology. Rose remained in Birmingham teaching in the public school system, and I was living on the campus of IIT in dormitory. And in 1961, I accepted a position with the City Colleges of Chicago, and the family moved here, September 1961. Rose, Beverly, and Emmett. In the meantime, Emmett was born in June of 1961. So when he came to Chicago, he was some 3-4 months old. And Beverly and Emmett are shown there in the lobby of the apartment building we resided in at that time. The kids grew. And they grew. And they grew until they finally graduated from high school. I took a position with the City Colleges of Chicago with the biology department, and I began as an instructor and was promoted through the years to an assistant professor, associate professor, and full professor. And during that 30-year period, I served in various capacities, which we'll talk about later. But one point I want to emphasize here is that at the time I was hired, the city colleges consist of 8 colleges scattered about the city, so that every student within the city of Chicago could get to one of the colleges easily by public transportation. And the college at which I started, the Southeast College, which has been since named to the Olive Harvey College, which is still part of the City Colleges of Chicago. There are 8 colleges that make up the college. Each college is headed by a president, and there's a chancellor who's head of the whole 8 colleges. And the Southeast College at which I started had no blacks at all. So I was the first black there and remained the only one for 5 years before any other blacks were hired. And the student body at this particular campus was about 2/3 white and 1/3 black when I started. But through the years, as neighborhood changed, whites moved out and blacks moved in, and it became more and more black. And they had more faculty, and so the first one or two came in. They formed the so-called United Black Staff, and we met monthly, and they mapped strategies how the number of blacks could be upped or increased at that college. They worked to bring in black administrators, and the lady focused on now with the white coat on, she was later brought in as vice president for academic affairs, the one you're looking at. But the point I'm trying to make here is that every Christmas that group would meet in my home around December the 12th, the last week before the school was out for holidays, the United Black Staff. So we'll look at a few snapshots of the black staff, the black faculty and staff at the college at which I worked for 30 years. And on some years there have been as many as 75 people in this apartment. The lady standing there was chairman of the English department. This is 1989. And we're going to call it quits. And I served as the host for that group for 12 years, I believe, until I retired. Snapshot of the sunrise over Lake Michigan from the balcony of my apartment. Beverly has been living in Macon, Georgia for a number of years now. And Emmett, Rose, and I are the only ones in the family to share Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners, except those years when Beverly comes to visit us. And this is one of those occasions. From left to right, Beverly with her oldest son, Pharaoh, who is now attending Morehouse College in Atlanta. He has completed 2 years there. Rose, and I'm holding Beverly's youngest son, Shamara, who should be at about 6th grade now, and Emmett. After Beverly graduated from high school, she attended Clark College in Atlanta for 2 years. Then she moved to Inglewood, California, remained there for 5-6 years, left California, and returned to Macon, Georgia, where she has been living ever since. Emmett graduated from high school in Chicago, Kenwood High School. He accepted first a football scholarship at Murray State College in Kentucky, and then some scout from Grambling saw him playing semi-professional baseball in Chicago during the summer following his high school graduation. They offered him a baseball scholarship to Grambling. He went down and stayed a quarter. And shortly after arriving, the coach took the baseball team to Texas for an exhibition game, and Emmett was insulted because he didn't take him a week or so after he arrived at Grambling. So he removed himself from the baseball team but stayed down through the first semester. When he returned home for Christmas holidays, he then accepted the football scholarship at Murray, and that is where he graduated. And he worked in law enforcement in Chicago, having gone through the police academy for a couple of years on the night shift and subbing in the public school system by day. And he fell in love with teaching, and he gave up the law enforcement job, and he is now a teacher in the Chicago public school system. And Rose retired from the Chicago public school system some few years before I retired. I retired in 1991 from the city colleges of Chicago. Another shot or two before we leave Emmett. Decked out in his leather. Beverly and Emmett. This was on an occasion when Beverly returned to Chicago to attend a high school reunion, and she took Emmett along as a guest. This is Sunday, February 28th, 1999, and I'm standing on the balcony of my apartment looking out onto Lake Shore Drive and Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan is some 50 miles wide, 350 miles long. Just on the other side of the lake would be about Muskegon, Michigan. And I'm sorry that today is hazy, cloudy, no sun. But that's Lake Michigan. The Museum of Science and Industry will be located just to the right of that tall building in the background. Perhaps you can see a dome. That's part of the Museum of Science and Industry, which is the most favorite tourist attraction in Chicago. We're looking south now. Now we're looking directly east. These are pictures I have taken during the various seasons. And this is a hanging on my wall covered with glass, and I imagine there's a lot of glare. So that's spring, the way it looks off the bat. Summer, fall, and a winter scene. That's the apartment building. That's a little dot on the left. We're on the 12th floor. On the left-hand side there. Gold dot marking our apartment, which runs all the way around the building. Have that eastern view, south view, and the western view. While at the City Colleges of Chicago for 30 years, I served in various capacities. Professor of Biology, Dean of Institution of Research and Evaluation, Director of the Mastery Learning Program, Director of the Honors Program at the college, and served as Vice President for Academic Affairs for a short time. And I suppose the highlight of my career, the greatest joy, was that upon my retirement, they named an Emmett Jones Men's Center in honor of me. And here I am shown cutting the ribbon for that center on campus, named in my honor following my retirement. That's Rosebud on the right. Herbert B. Martin was the minister for Mayor Harold Washington's church. And he was the guest speaker at the opening of the Emmett Jones Men's Center on our college campus. So that was quite an honor. And Reverend Martin would be the person on the extreme left. The president of the college is in the center. And the president of the United Black Staff at that time is in the background. I had an occasion to work with Professor Benjamin Bloom at the University of Chicago, doing some research for him on a theory he proposed called mastery learning. It's a strategy by which you can increase the learning ability of students within the classroom. In a nutshell, if without using the strategy, you would have about 10-15% of your students making A's. But by using the strategies outlined by him, you can increase the number of A's per class up to some 80-90%. So this little monogram was published as a result of some of the research that we did at the college. And this little booklet was sent out to every community college in the United States. And the New York Times, the largest newspaper in the United States, featured this work on 2 occasions in the Sunday edition of that paper. This is one Sunday, August 29th, 1975. Mastery learning. And here this article is reporting on some of the work that was done by our group at Olive Harvey College, one of the city colleges of Chicago. June 9th, 1976, New York Times again. Talking about this same work. And that was an honor to have your work cited by the New York Times, the largest newspaper in the United States, on 2 occasions and on Sundays, which is even more worthy. That work was also cited by the Chicago Tribune, the largest newspaper in Chicago. And with that, we'll move on to the next sibling, Robbie and Robert. We'll back up for 1 minute. The tape is just about over, so before starting on Robert, I will show this enlarged picture of my immediate family. You saw a smaller one earlier. And they have already been identified. And this is Beverly's home in Macon, Georgia, at 1050 Courtland Avenue. And Beverly is working in a drug rehabilitation program there. Beverly and the boys spending some quality time together in their living room. Christmas '96 in Macon. That is Rose seated on the right. My parents' furniture, I spoke about it earlier, that Beverly has now inherited. We are now down to the second set of twins, Robert and Robbie. They were born in May 1928, so they would be 72 years old now, give or take a month. Robert and Robbie. We'll take Robert first. I think Robert was born to raise hell. He was the rebellious one. He was the one who did not fear our Father. As we was growing up, when Robert, and we call him Boy, the whole family referred to him as Boy. When Boy was supposed to take the cattle down to the pasture, or to mind them, or to do various things, pick vegetables from the garden, Boy would just leave all that stuff alone and just go and play with his friends. That was the Sludge family that lived nearby, and that's where Boy spent most of his day. Then he would come on back by the pasture or wherever and come on home. And everybody's been looking for him all day long. He'll get the devil beat out of him and get up tomorrow and do the same thing. He just didn't care. Whipping just didn't hurt him, didn't bother him. He was always an independent soul. Kind of did what he wanted to do. And he, like my brother, didn't care too much about the quiet schoolroom. He didn't like schools too much. So he and my twin brother paired up early in life. A good example of what I'm talking about shown here is Emmett, Ember, and Roger. And Roger's younger than Boy, or Robert, so you know he should have been around somewhere in the house, the yard, to get into this photograph. But even at that early age, who knows where he is? Probably 10, 15 miles away from home, and comes strutting back there by dark. That was him. The chronology of the following events in Boy's life I'm not too sure about, because I left Macon and going down to Fort Valley State College and never spent too much more time in Macon. I took jobs out of the city. And since he's not around for me to ask these questions, I don't know if he met Edna there on the right, that's his wife, that he later married. And he's shown to the left of Bernice, my twin brother's wife. And that's Marion Seated, who was Ruth's husband. So I don't know if this was taken in Detroit or Cleveland. I suspect it was in Cleveland. So I'm not sure if he married Edna before he entered military service, or married Edna and was drafted in the Korean War, or returned from the war and married. But in any case, that's his wife, Edna, on the right. And this is a snapshot from his Army days. And who could miss him on the left? And he was by far the tallest brother in the family. I suppose he took after my mother's brothers. Most of them were tall. And on my father's side, the males tend to have been shorter. Gertrude, on the right, was William's wife, my brother William, and she is holding Robert and Edna's firstborn, Diane. Edna is to the left of Gertrude. Ruth and Marion are shown. Diane is down on the floor now, showing that she can walk. She doesn't need to be held. Diane started growing and growing, and finally graduated from high school and is now manager of a department at a bank in the city of Troy, some few miles outside of Detroit. Diane. And Diane's major hobby is to travel. She and her husband are always on the boats, highways, planes, going somewhere. That's the firstborn. And Diane has one daughter, Yvonne. And they do grow up. The latest information I had, Yvonne was a student at Wayne State University in Detroit. So that's Robert's granddaughter, Yvonne. I misspoke. That's not Yvonne there, that's Connie. Robert's son, Robert Jr. And Robert Jr. is all grown up now. And he has several kids, at least 4, I would say. My brother Robert's son, Emery. Emery was a great basketball player in high school and came to Chicago on a basketball scholarship and got homesick and returned to Detroit. Mama's boy. Else he couldn't leave those girls alone. And I believe he has 2 sons. So Robert and Edna have almost a dozen grandchildren. And this is the baby daughter, Francine. Francine never wandered too far from home. She lives just 2 doors down the street from her mother and father. Francine is a manager at one of the fast food establishments there in Detroit. I can't recall exactly which. McDonald or White Castle. I would guess it's White Castle. And Francine is shown with her son. Very smart kid. On all my trips to Detroit, we play academic games, and he's very apt. And that's Robert on the left. And that's Keith, his granddad's favorite grandchild. And I guess since he lives right down the street, and on weekends, from the time he was a baby, he had to stay with Grandma and Grandpa. Keith. And Grandpa had to get up every morning and drive him to school, from the 1st grade on up to now, I suppose. Did not trust him to walk those 3 blocks to school. Thought somebody would hit him or steal him. Here he is seen entering Roger's home for a visit. And that's about all I have on Brother Robert. And we'll check out his twin sister, Robbie. And at the time of the taping of this film, Robert is not feeling too well these days. He's under the doctor's care. And we hope for a full recovery. This is the last day of February, 1999. He's still at home, but makes visits to the VA hospital just outside of Detroit. This is Robbie, taken in her home on Low Street in 1979. Here's a photograph from the newspaper in which Robbie had been cited as an outstanding elementary teacher of America for 1975. Mrs. Robert Jones Metz of 224 Low Street and Miss Massey of Heinz Terry were notified this week that they have been selected as outstanding elementary teachers of America for 1975. So that's a national honor that Robbie received for her teaching efficiency in the public school system of Macon. Robbie has been noted all her adult life as someone who loves to take care of other people's babies, as she's shown here with my grandbaby. Anybody in Macon, Georgia who had children who wanted a good caretaker, they would run to Robbie. And she is also known as Florence Nightingale. She always attended to all sick, homebound or in the hospital. Anyone she knew, she would give her all, administering to the sick. And there she is as she graduated from Fort Valley State College. And she went on from Fort Valley to earn a master's degree from Columbia University. She and Metz are standing in their front yard. Proud papa. That's Gregory, their only son, in the arms of the father. Robert A. Metz and Gregory Metz. Mother and growing son. Miss Lily Harvey in the front. Just behind her in the white blouse, Robbie. And that's Ruth over hugging my oldest son, Pharaoh. This is out in California. This is during the time when my daughter Beverly lived in California. And that group, Robbie, Ruth, and Miss Harvey, I think were out there to take a tour to the Caribbean islands or somewhere. Robbie and Robert, her husband, not Robert, her brother, are dining in Ruth's home in Cleveland. And that's their very good friend, Samuel Hollinshead, who served as mayor of Marshallville, Georgia, until his death. A little fishing trip down in Fort Pierce, Florida. And Fort Pierce is where Robert Met's aunt lived. So that's Robbie and Emmett. And that's Bob trying to catch the big one. I have as big a problem thumbnail in Robbie's life as I have with mine, because I have more pictures of her than she has of her own. You have seen her wedding picture earlier, and she told me, who in the world you know wants somebody else's wedding picture? So, this is another snapshot of the two of us. And as I told you earlier, when we was growing up, we used to do all things together. Go shopping, travel, and talk, gossip. Very, very close. We had a lot in common and shared many, many things. And Bob there, at the time of this taping, is ill. He has been in ill health now for some 3-4 years. But he's at home, and Rob is taking very good care of him. He's confined to bed and is no longer active. Bobby May on the right, that's Ada's daughter from Detroit, Robbie, and Bobby May's daughter, Phyllis. Phyllis and Bobby May drive down to Macon, Georgia to stay with Robbie for at least a week, about a couple times a year. Bobby, Emmett, Phyllis, and Bob. Mother and daughter. My sister Ada's daughter and her granddaughter. Bobby and Bobby's daughter, Phyllis. And I will conclude Robbie's portion of the tape with this, because there's just many more films. I have hundreds taken in my apartment in Chicago, because she and Mess used to visit almost annually. Drive up from Macon. But we'll call it quits. And I believe I told you that Robbie retired from the public school system in Macon. Her husband retired from a principalship there in the school system of Macon. And their son Gregory is actively involved in the teaching profession now. Gregory received his education from Mercer University. Robbie and Robert graduated from Fort Valley State College and took degrees from Columbia College in New York. So we'll stop with that and go on to the last sibling, Roger Jr. Since I filmed Lillian's portion of this tape, I have since found a snapshot that is clear. All the others I had of her were made in 1940 with that little small brownie that you could barely see her. So this is typically what Lillian looked like during her middle ages. As you see, that was taken during the school year 1947-48. Lillian. Roger Jones Jr. We've seen this one many times. That is he with his hand on his knees. He was born in the month of February, I believe, 1931. He's a little older there. Standing at the home house on Demps Avenue, the house in which he was born. All grown up now. And Roger attended Ballard High School, and throughout his high school career, he maintained about 89-point average out of 100. So upon graduation, he was awarded a scholarship and attended Morehouse College. He stayed up there for about a week or two and became homesick and went back to Macon. So after all the other brothers left, he was left without a father for a number of years. Roger Jr. and Roger Sr. carried on things. He would leave Hudson School, take a suburban bus on Vines Road, and ride out to Zevner Road, somewhere out there, and walk the rest of the way to the old family plantation, and work out there on weekends and return to Macon on Monday to resume his high school studies. And a few years after graduating from high school, he decided to move to Detroit. And as I've indicated earlier, there's a lot of wrecking, hauling, excavating, construction work going on. And that's what he engaged in. And all the years since I've been in Chicago, some 32 or 3 years, I would go to Detroit at least 2 or 3 times per year. And Roger making all that money over that time kept me supplied in the best of suits and shoes and overcoats, raincoats, and that sort of thing. Off my college professor salary, I could afford only, let's say, an $80 suit. And Roger going down to Harry Surfins in Detroit, buying $200, $300, $400 suits. And I go there. We always could wear the same size, same shoe, 8.5 deep. Whatever shoe he bought fit me perfectly. So Joseph Murphy's shoe and Nunn Bush and all those expensive shoes, every time I go, they take them off his feet and give them to me, and I bring them back here to Chicago. The most well-dressed professor in the city colleges of Chicago, at the benefit of Roger. He believed in buying fine clothes back in those days when he was working. And he had old taste for the richest brew, and after a number of years he just gave up the whole thing. Just thought he would spend his life in leisure. He was married and had 3 children. Greta, Keith, and Roger. And that is the only picture I have of his children in my home, and I don't know which one is that, whether it's Keith or Rob. But they both are grown now, and so is Greta. I believe Greta has 2 or 3 kids. Let's take a peek inside of Roger's apartment in Detroit. And the type of work he did. All kinds of furniture and pieces and lamps were thrown in garbage cans and given away, and he had enough stuff to furnish 2 or 3 homes in Detroit if he wanted to. This is one of my trips from New England. I always stop through Detroit before getting back to Chicago, and I'm sure this must have been Labor Day. On my way back from New England to get to City Colleges of Chicago to start the fall semester. So this is on the back porch of Roger's apartment, barbecuing a few little ribs. That's Emmett shown there. Roger's personal touch to the walls in his bathroom. His own creation. Roger and Emery shown there in 1975. And out of all the brothers, 8 brothers I had, and Roger was the one brother that I could articulate with. He's the one that when we talked, we understood each other. Our minds ran together. And he often would tell me, if there's an accident you have between Detroit going back to Chicago and you call me by phone, come and get you, I would know exactly what you're going to do. I would know what side of the street you're going to be on. I would know what, that sort of thing. And it's rare that you meet somebody and you talk the same language. You have the same feelings. So if there was anything such as mental telepathy existing between anybody. It was between Roger and me. We had a close personal feeling towards each other, understood each other very well. And then too, he had a brilliant mind before the witch's brew got hold of him. And to this day, he can do anything. Anybody wanted a toilet fixed, anybody wanted a roof on, anybody wanted gutters put in, anybody wanted to pour a sidewalk, anybody wanted to repair a car. And when you talk about a jack of all trades, my father was one too. But Roger is more refined in his. No botched up job, professional. And all kinds of little jobs like that. And people all over Detroit seek him out if they can catch him in the right mood. And if he would have the fortitude to stick with it to completion. The problem is, he started on somebody's job, he may do 2 or 3 hours, and they may not see him again for a week or two. So a brilliant mind. Had he stayed at Morehouse College, he probably would have had a Nobel Prize now in the field of medicine, science, physics, or something of that sort. So we have concluded the offspring of Roger and Mary. And as I indicated earlier, when I get to Macon, Georgia, if I get additional information, I will make an addendum to this tape. I don't think I'm going to do the tape all over, because already this is 4 hours and a half that we have done. Each tape is 2 hours in length, and I have done 2, which is 4 hours, and this one is showing 34 minutes into the third tape. And it is my hope that when I get to Georgia, all the information there can be condensed to put on this tape. So we're going to leave the brothers and sisters for a moment, and I'll show you just one other thing before we leave Chicago. And you recall the bricked Union Field Primitive Baptist Church, beautiful brick building, and this is what it looked like during the time that my mother and father attended the church. And that is Ruth standing in the doorway. For those of you with bad memories, this is now, and this was then. Now, and I wanted to share with you some views off my balcony looking out towards the lake on a snowy day. These was taken during the winter in previous years. All the cars along the street had to be pulled into that park so that the tractors could clean the streets. A really big snow. Lakeshore Drive is between that park and the lake. Same area. A sunrise over the lake. And if the weather clears out, then we got a good, beautiful view of the lake. Within the next day or so, I'll add a minute or two to this tape. So we'll stop it here for now. Weather-wise, today is much better. It is sunny, and maybe too sunny at the moment, maybe too much glare. And again, I'm on the balcony overlooking the park and Lake Michigan. That bridge just beyond that wading pond is the one I take daily to walk along the lakefront. I do about a 3-mile walk 6 days a week along the lake. 1 mile in 12 minutes. Walk another 12-minute mile pace. And let's take a look inside. We're looking south. Looking across the lake would be east. The entry hallway. The elevator landing. Three apartments per floor. That's one we're looking at. 2 elevators. An apartment here. And my apartment here. And you'll see the cord on the floor from time to time, and that's the electricity powering the camcorder. And we'll stop here at the kitchen. That was Emmett's room before he left the home. Beverly's room before she left. And one of the 2 bathrooms. So this was Beverly's room before she left home, and it now serves as the guest bedroom, waiting for your arrival. In the view, this is where you will sleep. We are now looking west. This is on the 12th floor. Section of town we live in is Hyde Park, the Hyde Park neighborhood of Chicago. So when you come to visit, this is your room. And when you bring your kids, this is where they would sleep. This is a day bed. Has a pop-up bed under it, so 2 can sleep comfortably in this room, Emmett's old bedroom. Looking west again. We're now looking directly at the high school from which Emmett and Beverly graduated. The University of Chicago is 3 or 4 blocks in the distance. The railroad tracks out there is a rapid transit train that would get you downtown in about 10 minutes. little drawing there, sketches and highlights a trip I took to Mexico. All those little things mean something. The cities I was in and the things we had to do. So at this time Rose is not up. The master bedroom is right through that door. And the master bedroom contains its own bath. Would recognize these as views from the balcony. So that is our apartment here in Chicago, and any of you will be welcome at any time of the year, because I am now retired. And as you can see, there are 2 sofas out in the living room, so we could sleep 2 more, and all the floor space. And we'll talk to you again after we get to Georgia. The master bedroom is free now. And that's looking down the hall into Beverly's bedroom. And Emmett's would be just to the right here. And again, we'll talk to you after we get to Macon, Georgia. Beautiful tape we just made, and notice that when I talked about Robert on the left there and his wife Edna on the right, when I got to their daughter Robbie, I had the camcorder on pause. It was not being recorded. So this is their daughter Robbie, who is younger than Diane. Robbie, shown here, graduating from high school. So this is my brother Robert's daughter, Robbie. I also had a comment to make about Emery, the youngest son. He was an excellent basketball player in high school and took a basketball scholarship to a college just outside of Chicago. Stayed here for a month or so and got homesick and returned to Detroit. So we are sorry about the omission of Robbie from Roger's children. And again, we'll stop here and talk to you again in Macon, Georgia.